I'm doing all right. Oh dear. Ring, thank you for the sub.
Small, Ringtail99, thank you for the 8-month resub. Your support is a bunch of bananas full of joy and energy. Let's dance, snack, and have a wiggly good time together.
Bye. Goes all right. How goes with you? Understandable. Sorry. I'm glad for that at least. That's good. I'm glad. Of course. I have not had a chance to watch it yet, no. Not really. I'm sorry. Oh, Neko, hiyo, everyone. How are you doing today? It is me. And we're going to video the games. So who else is excited for Meganium to maybe be usable? When last we left our intrepid hero, he was facing off against Dracula. It is the worst fully evolved starter by a wide margin. Witnesses, your names and occupations. Well, the prosecutor is a vampire. My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End. Because he's the prosecutor. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. My name's First. First Lady First. I make hats for gents. Let us begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir, that's right, sir. Very well, then. Let's proceed with the formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. I mean, other than the very start of it, where the witness, or where the defendant was accused of murdering a dude in a coach. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. It's going all right. How's it going, quality? Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. Yep. That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed, I did. I couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel. Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen inside the moving carriage. How quaint. I'd read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you ever traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. We, only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves The actual scene of the crimes, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably, you understand that much. Yes? The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today. In this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff. Bring forth the stricken omnibus. If I have to. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. Four passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Oh, a skylight. Oh! The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. No. But it's also the 1900s. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. That makes perfect sense. Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. Just stick in this series for a while. You'll have at least one case where the crime scene itself is the courtroom. Yeah, it would be. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Very well, I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence? Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Yes, we could. Which we will do right now. Also, I don't think we've given these gloves a proper look-see yet. I mean, obviously there's the blood stain. I'm not going to touch that one because there's a joke I could make, but I'm not going to. I see no other aspects of those gloves worth considering. Excuse me? That's not, no, it's really not. It's just, why the fuck is that there? Yes, set like a century before he's born. That's a wonderful view of Leinster. So people sell on bitter winter nights with cold air rushing past them. And they pay money to do so? I can't imagine how cold it must feel. It just made me think of something horrible. None yet. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. Yeah. Yeah, let's take a look inside the crime scene, please. Fizzing with excitement. Okay, that's just the same dialogue, and it's a lot more clearly about that tower. Okay, examine the blood stain. No, I wanted to invest. I wanted to look at the lamp. Oh, that merits investigation on the outside. It can be opened from the outside. Can I select the handle, please? No, I guess I cannot. Fine. Stray, don't expect this, Nipponese. Stray, to understand the intricacies of I tried looking at that one too, and it didn't. The intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. All right. My first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus. I did try selecting the handle in... Well, I tried mousing over it, and it didn't become the selectableness. Okay, well, I'll give it another look then. Oh, no, it does. That is definitely a place that a person could hide. Okay, I can't mess with it any further, though, it seems.
Hold it!
I mean, it's definitely a place someone else could be. Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh, yes, sir. Right, that's right, sir. Yes, ever so cold it was. Freezing, in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course, though. No.
Excuse me.
Oh, did not mean to actually do that there. Hold on, we didn't actually go through all the...
Hold it!
There were no other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example. What? I do wonder if it's worthwhile. What do you mean by that? With it being so cold and everything, only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spend that much at the pub on the way home just trying to warm up again.
Hold it!
You saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage. That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. There was a lamp on inside, so I had a pretty good view. The 2 of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? McGilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let us not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There is no room for doubt here. I really wish there was. Blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts.
Hold it!
You stabbed him, you say, and you were sitting on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing this little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I've been thinking about the new hat design, you see, so I was gazing absent-mindedly around, but then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly, that huge, great knife. Single stab wound to the abdomen. I mean, no contradictions so far. Well, I can think of one, maybe. Obviously, the person would have been sitting to the right of him. So it would have been fairly difficult for him to stab him with the right hand. A grim sight indeed. That didn't help me at all. The jury looks like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. It appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First. Oh, yes, sir? Is this the knife that you saw? Oh, good grief. Yes, that it is. That the very one, sir. Is that? Yes, counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly, like a stake through the heart. Seriously, I don't just look like a vampire. I just keep making reference to vampire things like blood and stakes through the heart. That is a blade of considerable size, counsel. It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial, the letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Please, no. M for Magnus, perhaps, or McGilded, possibly. Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake. But there are M's everywhere, like, yes, like in Mason.
Objection!
This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, counsel. Okay, yeah, hold on. You are probably a, yes, you, jury member who is the fucking playing with a knife. Please present your opinion on knife. Juror number 3, what's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord, completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something or other. They shouldn't be, every one of them. Buddy, you look like you're the stinking rich. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. No point in wasting time listening to any more of that. That's my opinion on the matter anyways. That is precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. What the? What's happening here? Let me see. Ah, yes, it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts, by punching fire into scales. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So if those enormous scales fall completely into the black side, does that mean? Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Now I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well, the court acknowledges the change in the jury stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. This is a nightmare. I mean, they've admitted bias after the evidence has been being presented, at which point the jury is supposed to be able to... You know, that's actually a good point, Brain. I appreciate your point. Is it an ornate letter M? Is it an ornate letter M? Look at this M. Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything. W? Yes, this is one of those, you know, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know it all, but what I am sure of is that this is an M. Oh, well, that idea was quickly quashed. Your Honor, this man was murdered by Wario. Yeah, let's look at the blade. Yeah, that's blood all right, probably. So I'm not exactly seeing any contradictory anything so far. Victim and the defendant, and so help me. 3 whole people witness the man I'm trying to defend do the deed. I don't like to be pessimistic, but we do seem to be in a rather difficult situation here. What am I supposed to think here? Is Mr. McGilded really innocent? Or could it be... Before we jump to conclusions, our first task should be to gather information. You need to understand the case. Yes, we do. Yeah.
Hold it!
Sat next to each other inside the bus. That is what we can see in the... I mean, I'm thinking maybe I present the... There's a possibility I present the glove here because it would...
Hold it!
Okay, I think I might know where I'm supposed to, It's like in one of these two, because of the knife somewhere, probably. Yes, city bankers are not considered trustworthy, correct. Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait, what are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish. I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. Painstakingly typed every word, cross-referenced the facts. As such, I draw the only logical conclusion. We have to have a unanimous jury, right? I do want you to give more detail there, please. Okay, well, no, I guess not.
Hold it! Hold it!
What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapse. Oh, hold. Wait. Collapsed on the floor, he was. And by the passenger, obviously, you referred to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. And the other passenger had the knife in his hand, like this. By the other passenger, obviously, you were referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. And then plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. Okay, well, no, we've got a problem here. My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5? I do take it that you two, as the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse is bolted, as they say. No, please, just keep an open mind a little. Gee up now, Silverblaze. The finish is in sight. Beppo's a long-standing member of the guild. I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear, what can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Then, pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. He's always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely? Mother, may we go to McGilded Public Library later and borrow some more books? How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of man Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of a man he is? Yes, I ask you, what is a man? A miserable pile of secrets. The philanthropist Magnus McGilded. has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. What? Stone the crows! McGilded lends money at exorbitant rates of interest, so his victims have no hopes of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture who preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So, has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that the victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Good gracious! The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with it to repay his debts. In the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him: his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it. If I might add something briefly, Mr. Sato? You claim the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded, but where is the evidence to support your claim? I assure you this is vine. It is definitely a red vine. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law. There it is. The Van Zyke's hallowed chalice. How could this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in an unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. I consider that if his entire shtick is predatory lending, take everything they own when they can't repay, the fact that he couldn't repay is, all according to plan and not... Oh, well, better kill this guy. Hold on a second. I need to check something real quick. Was indentured servitude still a thing in the 1900s in English? Not in British America. Okay, that's in their colonies. I mean, it does sound like indentured servitude may still have been around here, so it may very well have been that if he couldn't pay back his debts, legitimately you have financial disincentive to kill him. As judicial assistant to the defense, I am simply doing my job. What a pity your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my challenging toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. Your Honor, I would like to propose that since my client was a predatory moneylender, that means that there are a shitload of people who would want him in trouble. There are many people who might want to frame him for this crime, and we need more time to discover more possible... Yeah, we're definitely reading the shit out of this. Marvelous Toast Counsel, I will gladly accept this new evidence. We would also like to insist that the prosecution present all of the fucking evidence. All of the evidence is supposed to be presented before the trial, not mid-trial. Yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. Yeah. Take a look. It's in a book. It's Bleeding Painbow. Cram full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness! What is it? Look at this. Do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay. So that means that, yeah, one of the fucking witnesses, my dude? Your Honor, the defense would like to propose that one of the witnesses has a conflict of interest. He borrowed 20 guineas. Okay, both pages trigger the same. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused. And it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel. Still, maybe it's all for the best. Wait a minute. Let's think about this a little more before. I don't stand for nonsense. That was it. Last juror's decision. According to the Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict. It's over then. Oh. There's a footnote, though. A footnote? However, the defense... All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in the case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections. Mr. Sato, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes? You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law, however, the defense... What did it say next? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. And the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. A summation examination?
Objection!
A summation examination. From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It is a relic, long forgotten and certainly no longer practiced. No longer practiced, but is it still in law? Because, fuck you, lawyer. So you're out of luck. Oh. What even is it, Mr. Sato? The so-called summation examination. Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it. You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails. Typical Nippon. Why is everyone here so fucking racist? All right, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to a member of the jury. To what exactly? Appeal to them to change their leading and reverse their decision. And it says here that, if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions? Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to try to influence the jury's I am aware of the old British Empire, yes. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really, so it rather fell out of use. Fell out of use is not the same as no longer in the books, Your Honor. I wonder why. Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Well, joke's on you, Dracula. I don't have any self-respect. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. Yeah, I said it. Not used is not the same as no longer on the books. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? I think I literally have no other option, and these games are rather linear. Summation examination, our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out or admit defeat? Yeah, let's see. We could either A, have a chance of winning, or B, lose. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried. The defense would like to propose that, yes, you should hold yourself to the highest standards, which means respecting all of the rights the defense has. Fuck you, Dracula.
Objection!
But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness. Madness? This is London! Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Well, I'm not, There was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so all members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decision and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before. I don't really hold with all this justifying lark. Your Honor, the defense asks that juror number 3 just be expelled for that comment. Like, seriously, he just said he doesn't believe in evidence. That seems to have thrown the jurors off. Seems none of them have experienced this before. All right, then. The summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe, it might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around. I mean, legitimately, yes, considering that if no one's done this for 50 years, it would take some sort of immortal being to be prepared for. Oh, wait, shit, a vampire. So be it then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the ground in which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilted, guilty of this most serious crime. No one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. Or passenger with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. You haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. Well then, let's do a little bit of math here. 4 passengers at 4 pence equals, how much now? The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. A beggar's belief. Okay, well that's 2 people who are, stating things that are factually problematic. Using the juror's own words to make my... Yeah. Okay, we need to... All right, I understand now. Okay. Okay, so... The, Stabby McKniferson. He says that, you know, he stabbed him just like this. But Granny thinks he stabbed him on the ground. And the maid lady is like... this is perfectly reasonable. 20 pence. Ah, but it's 4 pence per 4 people. And then I guess that leaves the first guy and Miss Typewriter. You have to pull this off, dude. Yeah.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. They do? Explain yourself, counsel. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? I swear on Silverblaze's maiden name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right, I have the precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare of for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is a fair and convenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated. And since all of you British people that I've dealt with so far have proven to be very, very racist, and I happen to be Asian, I believe you can assume that I can do math. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man, why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication, it would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare? Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible that there was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Gracious. This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men. One and all, trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. All right then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end, I mean, it's still damning to him. Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire into the innocent side of the set of scales. Now, hold your horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement. Why do you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo. This is all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir, I'm going to do the same. For the love of Mike, not you as well. A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo, you did it. If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to... Okay, so we need to take it to a majority into innocence. 2 more, actually. There's something else. Yes, I've actually got it, and it requires taking the person who I trust the least. Yep, I've got it already. Don't worry. I know who it is. The scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavily on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. I'm changing my leaning to innocent. I should like to hear what this slipshod bookkeeper has to say for himself. Beppo, this trial has to continue so I can get to the bottom of this corruption. Not guilty, I say. Hey, stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I say, absolutely brazen.
Objection!
Those 2 statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel, post haste. Oh, dearie me, I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What? Can't you see I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Ha! Want to test me, do you? It was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up, just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony, quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, dearie, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now don't move. Take a look at these 2 jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What? Bless my stitches. Oh, what a muddle. Which tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh, but why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. The scales. I don't believe it. Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors, I warn you. You cannot listen to this man. Boy, you're certain on this? Look at him in the black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Answer me this, Dark Jinx. Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollection of events? What of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he sat next to him on the omnibus. This young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor and the Shylock stabbed him again. And this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that? Single stab? Single stab. Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you. Well, knife in the side, knife in the front. Who are you calling old? I should take this needle to you. They're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? Out of the question. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you dark jinx? Come on, out with it. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What? What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof. Yeah, it's going to be the autopsy report. As you wish, I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question the two witnesses saw different moments of the same crime is proven by...
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen only once. Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen 2 different times. All right, I concede defeat. The defense would like to invite the prosecution to get fucked. That means 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won. Well, not so much won. Well, I mean, we won the battle. What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said, shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Please tell me that he's a barber. Barber or not, the implication that he's a barber has me thinking that this guy's name in true Phoenix Wright fashion might be something like Todd Sweenelton. The defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate, and the trial must continue. I mean, there wasn't a majority before he flipped his vote. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places, and I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. I have to say, this is a fun way of raising the stakes in the middle of a trial without, well, I've heard enough, time to pronounce him guilty. Wait! Boom! Someone bursts into the courtroom, delivers a piece of evidence. The defense would like to present this used napkin. So, Lord Van Zykes, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. Oh shit, Dracula's pissed! Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zykes? Is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination, so I honor the deathly silence and listen to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. This is definitely a way to get the jury to do what I want, by calling them stupid. Clearly, they will be enthralled by me. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence, after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Bring forth the witnesses once more. Witnesses, I trust you heard the summation examination we have had to endure. Oh, yes, sir. That I did, sir. Of course I heard it. Oh, yes, sir. I heard it. You, sir, on the end. The coachman. I believe it's Beppo? Yes, sir, my lord, sir. If it transpires that in your previous testimony you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, and you will be found guilty of perjury. You were advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh, oh mio Dio. Your Honor, considering that this is Britain, the defense would like to propose that he is Italian and cannot be trusted. Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. What? I'm using the ammo that I got. It's not as bad as if he were French, but, you know. I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it, but, well, I, for one, was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes. Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom fifth passenger conjured into existence by my learned English friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cousinage. Beppo, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passenger by a penny a fare? It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty. You have been dishonest, coachman. I'm sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo, a disgrace. And your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild. If I may, sir. I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. No, that figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. The defense would again like to invite the prosecutor to get fucked. So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him. That's what I said, isn't it? It was bothering me before that it was. For a moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there were only the 2 of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been much talk of a 5th passenger, but as yet, 0 evidence. Then what are we wasting all this time for, eh? It's black and white. The man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. Wish I could work out what it was. The fact that he wants the...
Hold it!
Well, that sounds very certain.
Excuse me.
Well, you were standing there grimacing the entire time, so... Yeah, probably. Okay, so we're looking for a reaction. Yes, I know. I've incorrectly done that to... What's-his-face a couple of times. Oh,
Hold it! Hold it!
Your Honor, the defense would like to ask that the witness stay the fuck awake. Bruh.
Hold it!
I mean, you're clearly the one I need to,
Hold it! Hold it!
The victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose I might have, yes. Put the cart before the horse, maybe? What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. Then when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. What? That would be... theoretically possible, but not enough that I would not discount it. True. Didn't see the moment when the victim was stabbed actually at all. Yeah, true.
Truth!
Oh, well, okay, here I have been looking for subtle hints.
Excuse me.
You have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? You listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. But he just happened to see the exact moment the crime was admitted, or the crime was committed. Not a chance. It's a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight, on top of the omnibus, that is. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. The defense would like to propose that why the fuck would the two of you have been, up top if you wanted to, if you didn't want to be looking around when it was so fucking cold. I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I'd like to ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I can do that, all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed the man. I mean, not exactly the most blood-soaked. But I wouldn't say that that's not blood-soaked. Yeah. Oh, whoops.
Hold it!
Blood-soaked? Well, perhaps soaked is laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in... Okay, now you see, so from the roof, through the skylight. Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a plenty good view. There was a lamp on inside the carriage as well, so I'm quite sure of what I saw. this banker's latest statement. Yeah, get it added to the record, dude. No, I know how it doesn't fit with the court record. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't going to get penalized for presenting the gloves at the correct time, but in not the correct way.
Objection!
Blood-soaked. Hands? Oh, is it the hands? Hands is the key word here. But anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. Well, not just that, but also it was gloves. Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there. But as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. Okay, so no, you are right. It's only on the one. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. Yeah, but no, that can't be right. So you're the liar here, then. That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said it was both hands. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire questimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed. But is that really the truth?
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one, but the fact remains the victim's blood was on the accused. No, Mr. Fairplay categorically said he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. No reason to lie. Oh, yeah, come on. Yes, we have some come on. Yes, I know. Oh, there's evidence. There's evidence that says he should have been thrown out of the fucking court immediately. My lord? Yes, counsel? The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had a reason to lie in his testimony. Ah! Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception to the court.
Take that!
He was in debt to the accused? This is a list of debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused's extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No. Well, it's barely worthy of being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw? in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant. Order! 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 Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my... Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. All right, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch. But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on Mr. McGilded's hands, both of them. And yet only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying. I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir? Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself, as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure it was on both of his hands, not just one. Well, there we have it, Your Honor. First is admitting that their testimony can also be dismissed because it does not match the evidence. What? What? It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yes! Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. Oh, I've got a new idea, chat. What is it that Fairplay says he saw? Or more accurately, who is it that Fairplay says he saw? He saw a very short man doing this, right? Dang, wait, I can't see the jurors. Juror number 1 is very adamant about this guy's guilt. Juror number 1 is also, how shall I put this, 5'11". There's blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both the attackers' hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. Well, lo and behold, in truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. That's really not what testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witnesses' accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
Blood on both hands. No, there fucking wasn't. Aware of that, but nevertheless, I know what I saw, and I stand by it. The man had blood on both of his hands. He's defiant even in the face of hard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit he might have been mistaken about what he saw. But why? Your reasoning is dire. One hand or two, the salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accused's fingers. That delicious, delicious blood. Hold
it!
Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as you well know. But crying out loud, we all know that no one else could possibly have done it. It was just her trying to save us all some time. Never loaned 20 guineas, blah, blah, blah. He was planning on winning it back by gambling. Blood on both hands. Don't believe he was wearing any gloves. Bare hands. No trace of blood on Mr. McGilden's gloved hands?
Hold it!
Because it's not heated and London winter is fucking cold. Yes, why were you on the roof? Why couldn't you enter the cabin? It was locked from the inside. No, they could not. I did not know. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You're riding this omnibus. Witness the events in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck. Is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there's a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? My golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection.
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here in the flesh. The delicious, delicious flesh. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You will identify the area that the cross-section plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that the potential extra passenger could have been situated? The fucking, like, right, I'm going to just say right here.
Take that!
Both rows of seats in the front face the direction of travel, whereas the seats enclosed in the cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which the passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. Ah. That's right, my lord, as you can see, the seat opposite the one which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. Ah!
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? I honestly don't know who it could have been. Who could have been in the other seat? Is out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? No idea. I have literally no idea. But as a proud citizen of the Japanese Empire, you will look to the sky and walk on, making sure all signs of tears are gone. Go on. This isn't just a case of going on, Miss Susato. All right then, I'll go on. The defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations, or how many glasses I have here on the prosecutor's stand. A toast to hard lessons not yet learned. Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view was... Oh! Yeah, but they would have noticed that the carriage driver wasn't. The person who was opposite him was Mr. McGilded. You didn't see him at all.
Take that!
The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witness on the roof failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. McGilded? What are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendant. Exactly. They saw the person next to him murder him. Yeet! If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do not forgive the discourtesy. Or do forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zykes. People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see they use the term ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain that in terms even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself may understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It is the very premise on which this case is built. Thank you, Prosecutor. Yes, that is the very premise on which this case is built. That they saw a short man sitting next to him.
Objection.
But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, counsel? The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection.
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains. The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. I'm going to be right back while this ad is going. I need a new water. Okay, I'm back. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify, and the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection.
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary! Order! 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 What exactly are you postulating?
Objection.
The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused. No, they claim they saw a short man wearing a hat. But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes, the tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. Yes, that's right, both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir. And what particular style of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. Would you call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed to even notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it. Order! There's clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will already have made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord, should we ask Mr. McGilded to testify or not? No, we're getting him the fuck out here. Guess we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little more time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say. Get the man out here, I say. It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say? Oh, yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Please note how I am like, admittedly, I am using Phoenix right brain here. In a normal situation, I would not be making this conclusion. But in a Phoenix Wright situation, I'm like 90% juror number one did it. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. The happy cat noises. Let the proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded? There we go. That's not what I'm looking for. Actually, it does have one. Oh. Hold on a second. I'm struggling to set something up real quick. No, it didn't. Okay, chat, we are... Hold, guys, that isn't what I'm caring about right now. What I'm caring about is... because I'm trying to think and type. I'm starting a gamba. Will I be able to keep the Irish accent going for the entire for the entire testimony, or will it fall into the Canadian accent? You got 2 minutes on this prediction. So it's Ring who's been the big spender on the no. Who's the big spender on the, who's the big believer? Okay, it's chat does not have faith in me here. And I would just like to point out that it is worth noting that just because it's a shit Irish accent doesn't mean it's still not my attempt at the Irish accent. What Ring? Have you been listening to the discourse of the day? Okay, so I think so. I just am not entirely sure. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to get into the voice space in the first place. Ah, to be sure I have, me lord. There are now 2 matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin, as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police? Oh, begad, no. 'Tis not in me nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the question, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell yous all, or keep me mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilded? The fine fella representing in me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true. Aye. And 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You... What? No, Magnus McGilded. That convenient excuse can't save you now. Ooh, this is gonna be the test. This is gonna be the fucking test. Oh, he's saying sorry. Oh, I'm truly sorry, Lord Van Zykes. But I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was? Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and not in any way involved, you see. What? If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this here courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. And who was this young child of whom you speak? That, I don't know. You don't know? Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witnesses' statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? Bang. A smoke. Ah, fire! There's a fire! Look, somebody's trying to get away. After them! Still used. I can't see anything through the smoke. What's going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. Hereby I call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. You are hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. Okay. I need consensus from, like, moderators or whatnot. Did I fall into the Canadian accent? Does anyone claim I fell into the Canadian accent during that testimony? I got close. I will definitely say I definitely got close. I know he's not done talking, but I was just meaning for the first testimony he made. Not necessarily simple. I would like to do gambas more. That's one thing I've wanted to do to just kind of get people invested. Ooh, would that be a good redeem? To suggest that we run a gamba on something? I was actually going to make it only a couple of points, because I don't want you having to, like, dump all of your points onto the gamba and then, you know, bet points on the gamba. But I was going to make it that one per person per stream. I think I'm going to make it 301 points, because you get 300 points for following, and I don't want someone who, because you've all seen it, the person who follows and then they just do the redeems they can with the points they have. So I'm going to make it 301 points, so it will be just out of that range. What on earth just happened in there? Mr. Naruhodo, I managed to find out what happened. Susato, I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. Susato, we're Japanese. We know what a smoke bomb is. Smoke grenade? Sounds like the sort of thing. Yes, exactly. It is the sort of thing ninjas use. Just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again. But who would have done something like that? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Okay, 400 points it'll be then. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl around 15, I hear. A young girl? Then could it be the other passenger that Mr. McGilded was just talking about? My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. McGilded, actually? There's so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions. I am part Asian. I mean, I didn't say I was a Bakaneko for no reason. Along with the young girl. Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? Bakaneko. It's a cat yokai. No. Neko is the Neko means just cat. It is a kind of cat spirit. But it's not the two-tailed one. That's a Nekomata. What's that? The 20 pence. Oh, according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo. We took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20. Yes. But at that moment where I was saying that that I'm Asian. I was speaking as my character. I was speaking as the character there. Which means the figures don't seem to add up again. She's right. That is strange. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away. Well, wherever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what's going on, what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough, Miss Susato. Yes! No. Though it is worth noting, Hell does have various subdivisions that cater to the belief systems of various regional belief. Like, for example, Mexican Hell has a lot of colorful skeletons. Hi, Rose. If you can get the collective consciousness of your culture to agree with that, sure. She must have been the one to cause the disturbance before. Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I do all right. Now then, Lord Van Zykes. My lord. I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which veiled proceedings earlier. It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade. The sort typically employed by the army. Good gracious, the army? What in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery. Oh. But she was caught, and now occupies the stand. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? If I may, me lord. Yes, Mr. McGilded? I think perhaps I ought to explain here. Why it was the wee lass here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that. No, Transylvania is what I'm going for. It's all tied up with the events of that night, so it is. Very well, Mr. McGilded, give your testimony. You'll explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. Just what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. You should have seen him when he had the cape. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. And begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at me feet, so I sat him up and on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out what that scream had come from, and bless me soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. I remain somewhat baffled, I confess. Yep. Because how the hell would he... Because, okay, so... Oh, I did not, I didn't investigate the blood on the floor. I did not investigate the blood stains on the carpet. Okay, that didn't add anything to anything. So, if he was seated here, and she were, because he's implying that she was hidden in the compartment down there, because she's like a little street urchin or something, and she was, you know, using the carriage as a mobile home. But, she couldn't have exactly, wait, where the fuck did the stuff go? There was stuff here before. But since I wasn't forced to see that stuff before, I don't know. But that means something. Something is meant by that. I haven't decided what yet. But if she were in there, there is no possible way she could have snuck out of there. But one of the things I'm kind of thinking of is, wouldn't that imply that there would be one in this one too? Maybe. Also, maybe I didn't notice that bloodstain on the floor because that bloodstain wasn't there on the floor before, and we're going to find out that that bloodstain is very new. Okay, I was hoping that maybe might tell us something about the locking mechanism of it. I remain somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus, is that correct? It is exactly as the defense counsel said. The lass was the fifth passenger, me lord. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no, I have no idea where to start. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, begor, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at me feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless me soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. Yeah, okay, yeah, let's get, we need to press. Pressing must happen.
Hold it!
When we first got on, were there any other passengers on board? There were not. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either. You're the first passenger, as it were, I see. Aye. And that's why I took the backside as I did. It's the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? Well, it means, 'tis how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one which the poor gentleman was stabbed was sitting. The happy cat noises. Like I said, 'tis the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. And of course I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. I like pets. We still gonna do Abiotic Monday, Jen? That's good.
Hold it!
Loud thud, you say. And a scream? Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? 'Twas like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor having been stabbed? Monday. Possibly. Or someone else was hiding in that one and they've removed the handle. We didn't fully explore the previous update. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason? Oh yes, I already read that. Well now, remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke and I opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fella on the floor. You didn't see anyone? But at the same moment, you did hear a scream? From the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume. Not above me, no, my lord. 'Twas from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before me eyes. I think I've found my trick to staying in the Irish accent, and that is to pitch up things constantly. Like when you're doing the Canadian accent, they don't, when you're doing the Irish accent, oh yeah, you're pitching it up all the time. Every sentence ends kind of on a higher note than when it started. Oh yeah, but when you're doing the Canadian accent, you just kind of keep the same pitch through the whole thing. Maybe lowering at the end, don't you know? There was a fella collapsed on the floor at me feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me.
Hold it!
You sat him up, the victim, you mean? That I did, on the seat across from me, as I said. I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? 'Tis common courtesy, so it is. I find that a little hard to believe. Ah, Lord Van Zykes. Now, why would that be? You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Well now, as you know, I'm something of a special line of business. Or I'm in something of a special line of business. The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest? Unfortunately, me lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them. Some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble. Are you suggesting you're just going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no. I was always intending to report it, so I was. Only, I had a mind to find out whys and wherefores first. The whys and wherefores? Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. That wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? Yes, the scream he says he heard at the time as the thud of the victim collapsing. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, so I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well now, 'tis a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up. It came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. Good gracious. Under your backside? And when I lifted up the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage. Okay, there is a very dangerous word. I definitely Canadian the there. There was a wee cubbyhole there for storage. Oh yeah, there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage. Yes, of course, the whole bus was submitted as evidence. It'd be a very good time to leave. We have. And that's when I found her. There was a child in there all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away.
Hold it!
Say she was hiding herself? Aye, that's right. 'Twas hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, the heart nearly stopped beating in me chest. You're really overacting this. Steal it all. I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chin wag with her. Seat opposite? That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. Oh yeah, just next to the dead gentleman there. Seriously, there is such a... I need to practice my Irish theirs. You sat the young girl next to a corpse, sir? Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream. A fellow's voice this time. Presumably that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witnesses did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. McGilded. What they believed to be you and the victim was, in fact, this girl and the late Mr. Mason? Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight. It is certainly plausible the defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused, perhaps, with this young girl. After that, of course, with the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. Thank you, I've heard enough. The events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She is a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. What? This girl here, a petty thief? Order! Order! Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. I'm sorry, and we have our first assault. How dare you? What is the meaning of this? The girl, she's gone. Open your eyes. I'm over here. Good gracious, how? What was the point in that little sidestep? I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you'll say, slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed into a corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on. That's what's in your head, ain't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast. And that's the first time I've been assaulted. Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, all right? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs. Oh, this? Yeah, this was in a bag I lifted the other day, down where they keep the four-wheel drags. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink best. Do not wave that thing in my direction again. So, you admit you were riding in the omnibus the night in question. It's all right, lass. You can tell him the truth now. All right, yeah. Just like the Irishman said. The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. He has already done that and also crushed it, and I don't even remember the situation where I got into him asking what a man was. You'll tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question. He also legitimately used the phrase stake through the heart. All right, if I have to. So I snuck inside the okay, and now I'm trying, like, my brain is trying to get into Cockney, but it keeps going through Irish now. Fuck. So I snuck in the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. Why do vamps don't go on dates? I can't. I won't do a Warhammer 40k orc because I'm going to fuck up my throat if I try that. I'm just going to not try to do an accent right now for her. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I'll tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. And after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out of my skin, I did. And the scream just came out. It's because of that this swell found me. He didn't help me get away, mind. Yes, he let you go. I fail to understand why you'd let this street urchin go, Mr. McGilded. Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, me lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure I said before, sir. Yeah, she was under your seat, so she would have woken you up coming out of there. I was sitting on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I was sat that night. And the cubbyhole of which you've spoken. And the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath the seat, I presume. Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature. Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there. Because I'd parked myself on the seat for the duration. So you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined, when all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question. Not at all, me lord, not at all. I knew in me own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on me own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman. My lord, this fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. Huh. Well, juror number one, you have helped assuage my, with calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consensual in their leading of a verdict of not guilty? Mr. Naruhodo, this, well, it must mean what? That we're victorious! We've won? Are you sure?
Objection.
Yeah, no, she's got... what? If the sight of my iron-haired Wellington offends, pray do forgive the discourtesy. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Motion? The witness's last statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? Exactly, yes, he did literally that. After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good Lord! The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGilden's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. What? Order! Order! How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, counsel? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. This is, in fact, true. We did check it earlier, and I still thought a person could fit in there. Well, my Nipponese friend, me? Then the carriage was submitted as evidence. Doubtless you examined in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find the condition of the underseat compartment to be? Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. Oh, this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zykes. Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment under the seat in the omnibus? I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as counsel for the defense, but as far as I remember at least, when I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes. Are you sure, counsel? I don't know. Be whist. What are you saying now, you daft doll? I thought you were on me side here. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? Because I can smell a trap a mile away? It smells like a distinct amount of copper and not garlic. As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand, but it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. He's not altogether pleasing, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded. Well, don't forget you're supposed to be represented in my best interests here, lad. Now then, a fellow's memory is a curious thing and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That the cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think that perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit that you might have been mistaken? Why do I feel like something's not right here? I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. That compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The Guild's rules state that the omnibus should be properly and fully equipped at all times, so it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. That money-lending fleecer and the pick purse are lying. I can't believe I was nearly taken in. Stinking rich are always stinkers, nothing but cowards, the lot of them. What? Oh no, it's a trick. Of course it's a trick. Quite so, I must concur here. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. But every time a different truth, it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Bitch, I had to get 4 people. You only got 3. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. I have no idea. Probably a penalty. So I snuck in the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always.
Hold it!
So, you were already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run? Well, yeah, I mean, what's the point in spending a joey to make a few bob, eh? That's a rum idea, isn't it? Especially means there's no point in spending money to make money. Actually makes sense. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief? Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants. Well, that does clear up the little mystery of affairs and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making it 20, to which the cabman testifies. And 1 little scapegrace riding for free. The red conch of a driver always goes for some grub before his last run seat. So that's when I slip into the carriage and get myself in under the seat, nice and easy, right? But your hiding place is a storage compartment, full of equipment for the coach, no? Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always chuck all that out and cram it in a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all the stuff out so I could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell you. Seems we've reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue. It was a real waste of time. I got nothing to show for my troubles that night. A waste of time? Why is that? Well, most nights I'm on my own in the God permit at least some of the time. I beg your pardon? Did you say God permit? Oh yeah, well that's what we can call it. You'd say the omnibus, suppose. Point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. I don't know. And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away. That's it. Only that night. This cove was sat on me seat from the start. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck. Do you mean to tell us you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin? Yeah, right, mister? To be sure. I was shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift a cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you? So this Miss Strahd couldn't possibly be the culprit then. I tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. So you couldn't see out of the cabin at all. Not a jot. Most days I push the cushion up with my head and look out the crack. And I can have a butcher's at who I'm gonna fiddle. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. The seat I get under ain't as plush as the other one, see. So most of the time the passengers plant themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head. And for that reason, okay, so, Mr. McGilded, why did you say that seat's the most comfortable then? And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out, I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in small, dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink. But it's the only place to hide in them carriages, so it's Obson's choice. Why doesn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open then? I'd say there's some reason she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyway, I was a bit scared, but I just had to stick out under there. Nothing else for it. After I heard this loud bang, nearly jumped on his skin, I did, and the scream just came out. When you say a loud bang, do you mean the sound of someone falling to the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. You let out a scream involuntarily? That's right, and then I felt the cushion over me head get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes. Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab the victim, could it not? Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. Pushed up the cushion and a quick butcher's while I had a chance, didn't I? Irishman was sitting up the bloke what had fallen on the floor, on the seat opposite. That matches Mr. McGilded's account, of course. Then the fellow suddenly turns around and looks right at me. Sunk back down again, but it was too late by then. Should never have risked looking. Because of that, this swell found me He did help me get away, mind.
Hold it!
And when Mr. McGilda discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place. I'm scared stiff I was. He dragged me out and sat me down on the seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason. Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. And the carriage lurched a bit and he ended up falling onto me. How awful. Both my hands got covered in blood. It made me feel sick as a dog. Both her hand, yep, that tracks. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilda for a while, is that correct? He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know me name and what I was up to in that. And I heard something from above. Someone screamed. That's Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume. Well, I didn't want no one seeing me face, so I didn't look up. Then the horses were drawn up, smartish, and this here Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll see what I can see that you get away with. I'll see that you can get away later." All 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent. For one brief shining moment, yes. It's clear that they are still very unsure. If you could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among the new testimony, I'm sure we could clinch the verdict we want. Yes, I think you're right. And I have this... that word is dangerous. This lingering feeling. Something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. Okay, so we pressed everything. Stop. Yes, I know, that is a photograph. That's why I said there was a photograph in this case. No, because I'm not making them look at it yet. Okay, let's go back looking through the...
Small, if I were a judge in a courtroom, I'd have a banana gavel and declare every case with a guilty of not eating enough fruit verdict. Court adjourned for snack time.
I'm not surprised, but at the same time... Maybe. Not really. Yes, English blood looks like Japanese blood. Congratulations. We all bleed red. The MW. Okay, that doesn't update literally anything. I did try to examine it. It didn't have a mark. But one thing I didn't really try to examine is... Okay, no, we saw that last time and it didn't... Yeah. Or may have already been broken off. Yeah, I checked that before. It didn't highlight as anything I could examine. Stretchy. Okay, so no new information by examining any of the evidence we have. Okay, repress everything.
Hold it!
Where is the stuff now? That's an important question. I need answered. Yeah, I mean, right-hand gloves. Yes, I've got that. Wait, maybe I can... Hold on.
Hold it!
Maybe I can ask him about...
Hold it!
Because he said that that's the comfortable side at one point.
Excuse me.
Okay, I may need to press it a little bit earlier. This directly
Excuse me.
contradicts what you told me. Okay, but no, I guess nope, we're not doing that. Good to know.
Hold it! Well, no.
Okay, and
Excuse me.
something wrong, Mr. McGilded? Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, Counsel? I'm just wondering if Miss Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps. You seem to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no, not. Was not important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad. Shut up in the dark. 'Twas terrifying, so it was. I see, yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. Aye, and I don't know about yourself, but I find that darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah, I suppose it does, maybe. Miss Lestrade? Did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. But jabbers! There's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp. What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something. Might have given us a vital new clue. Yes. What should we make of that last statement of hers? No, not it's insignificant. Sorry. I was just kind of mashing space and it selected it's insignificant. Yeah. Yeah.
Hold it! now. Excuse me.
My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important, but all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is the profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. I'm almost sure I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern Mind Council. Nevertheless, Miss Jean Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please. What? Supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me. That's right, insult the judge. Always good move.
Hold it!
So you're straining to hear what was happening the entire time, since the moment you hid yourself. Not exactly, no. Sorry. Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the curtain up and have a butcher's to see what was what. Then when I saw the swell getting on, I got my head down so he didn't notice me. Mr. McGilded sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah, would you Adam and Eve it, eh? What a mug. So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But would he? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. Whoa, 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 whoa. Never heard the door open. I just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to market, snoring like an old dog he was. No, that doesn't add up at all. When did Mr. Mason get on? Miss Lestrade, what you have just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts. At odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So Van Sykes realized it too. Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilded snoring. But think, Rianowski, think! There's something else she should have heard. Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. Sound very clearly explained by the presence of the following person.
Take that!
Thrice fired, Mason. Yes, my lord, the sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Order! Order! Explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus, is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGilded? That it was. Not a soul in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least, not in plain sight. So you were, to all intent... intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time. Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get out, remember? Through the cracks under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure. And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. Oh, I've got an idea. I've got an idea. Ideas are happening. Ideas are formulating in my head. Oh, this is spicy if it's... Okay, hold on. Okay. Chat, has anyone else figured out the train of thought I'm on right now? Especially with how I've moved the camera here? She's not lying. She's not lying. She never heard anyone else get into the cabin. The question is not how did the killer get out? The question is how did the victim get in? After all, he was found on the floor of the he found him on the floor here, didn't he? And then he sat him up on this seat? After all, there's a lot more blood here on the floor than there is on the seat, isn't there? Almost like he stopped bleeding while he was on the seat? Not started bleeding while he was on the seat? And since you can't access the roof from inside, that proves that my client and the little pickpocket girl were the only ones it couldn't have been. I care. Also, didn't they say she was 15? I thought they said she was 15. I was checking names to see if there was an M name other than McGilded. I would hope it's not the Chief Justice. During which time, did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't it? Waiting for this swell to leave. In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Ah! Hello, Kituki. We've cut this case open with an absolute incredible. We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. Also, they've kind of already run with that. They've already run with the chief. That was the chief prosecutor before, but you know. Lord Van Zykes. Yes. He knew it all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. It would seem words of thanks are in order Oh, my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more. He's dead right. How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? Makes no sense whatsoever. This girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. Granny's changing her mind first? She didn't even say anything. I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she's had some rather naughty ways, but I must say, I can't abide liars. And neither can I. Mr. Foreman, I didn't want to judge the girl just because she had some less than salubrious ways, but I must say, I cannot abide liars. Shinarhodo, this 5 jury members leaning towards guilty. Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me. Again, I assure the court that this is fine. Yes, very refreshing. Yeah! What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern Amadan? Amadan? Amadan. Oh, it's an Irish or Scottish word, Gaelic word meaning fool or idiot. This is carnage. It's perfect. Seriously, the defense would still like to posit that number 3 may have done it just because, I mean, fucking look at him. Sure, number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Narhodo, the way this is going, you know, if we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGilda's innocence, the judge will rule and we'll have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen, but those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Hold it!
I've been going with Sweeney Todd. He seemed to imply he was a barber. Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a crucial inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Counsel? I'm sorry, sir. Whatever do you mean? Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my education. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness on the stand. And yet the victim's body wasn't found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. I mean, kind of like both of these. There's another entrance, though, is the truth. If the door wasn't opened even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way. I wondered what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Yeah, and I'm going to point out the other entrance. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. The other only has windows. Fixed windows, which cannot possibly open. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door. But there is. But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. All right, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. Here's the omnibus in which the incident occurred. Where on earth is this entrance by which you propose the victim entered the cabin?
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It could only have been the skylight. I say, the skylight.
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost have me lost for words. However, the skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through. So you claim. But do you have a shred of evidence to support your addle-brained theory? Both Mr. McGilded and Miss Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling on the floor. Yes, which has already been explained as the sound of the victim falling from his seat, having been assaulted with the dagger. Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witnesses described? I was considering that. That would have, it would have been a thump, but it would have been like a scuffing slump thump rather than a bang. A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact. Good gracious! Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it. You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. That's simply impossible. Can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Yes, the defense would like to accuse them. Well, yes, that's true, but... Might a humble fella make a wee comment here? Mr. McGilded? To be sure now, the two fellas who were sat on the roof that testified afore said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But, seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much a case of them not saying, but... Aye. Possibly them did the doing. 'Tis a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas. You'll be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would yous not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Oh my goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof. You mean the ones who stuck the knife in that man were? Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer? You rotter, he said! You rotter! What are you insinuating? What the fuck are you doing, my guy? This is a flaming outrage. I have a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said, and so will I. Mr. Fairplay, you're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and well-respected banker, and me, a very angry hatter, suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. I protest in the strongest possible terms. Yeah, I mean, he said he was angry. That's right, I protest too. About you, you rotten scoundrel. Order! This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Van Zykes. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend seems fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to. It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You proposed to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimated their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation. I know I was rather rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but I can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify! You're right, he didn't... They surely, ladies first would have, heard the girl scream. I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another. If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo? The spectators in the public gallery they're in a complete frenzy. Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. My lord? You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. Yep, Phoenix is definitely your ancestor. We were the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that. If anything had happened where we were sitting, I don't think one or the other of us would have known. Don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? Yeah, did I say descendant? I must say that on listening to this testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine how either of the witnesses could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck without the other one noticing forthwith. That's right. You see, we're innocent, I tell you. Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you were in collusion with one another. What? Eh? According to investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings. Okay, yeah, but, strangers on a train. Have there been any other dead bodies found recently? People who may have wronged Mr. Mr. Whatever the fuck his name is. Mr. Ladies First. Ha! Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really. So why do I feel so uneasy? Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord.
Hold it!
There's no time, Mr. Of course they're going to say, absolutely not. Okay, bickering.
Hold it!
It was cold as fuck.
Hold it!
This is where I'm most suspicious of.
Well, no. Excuse me.
Mr. McGilded? Yes, Counsel, what can I be doing you for? Did the witness's last statement give you pause for thought somehow? Not the remotest connection. Is that right now, I wonder? What are you insinuating now? Ah, Mr. Fairplay. It's been too long, so it has. Eh? If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe 'tis fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date. I beg your pardon. You borrowed some 20 guineas from me, sir. An unconscionable rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion. Well, now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? Sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fella to pass his crimes off on another. And young Mr. First. Me, sir? What do you want with me, sir? You be making hats for a living, do you not? That top hat sliding about your head. Is that one of your own creations, is it? Oh, well, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand? Hold on. That's a pretty shoddy hat. I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. Perfect fit, is it? Well, it is a very distinctive design. So it is. Many customers like it, I tell you. They're just they like a distinctive touch. Customers such as thrice-fired Mason. There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence for me, Lord. Oh, yes, this you mean? Yes, I'd invite you to, Look at this photograph! I can't outthink it. This poor fella's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? Oh! That's one of my hats! Aye, that it is. So it would seem the brickmaker is a customer of yours. So the customer, I'd wager, he could have had a wee quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods. Oh, no, sir, absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say the two fellas here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. The first holds a grudge against me, the second may hold a grudge against the victim. I rest me case. You little weasel, ah! He's better at this than I am. Gosh, Mr. McGilded certainly has been thorough in his research, hasn't he? Please, don't let me little interruption hold up the proceedings. I got the achievement Hat Hunter.
Hold it!
Okay, well now that we've got like contradictory stuff on this. Nope, that's right. This is about motive and we had none. No motive, And, well, it's not all, is it? I wanted to go back and press it, just in case it... Okay, you could possibly have opened it. The handle is on that side. Are you quite certain about that? The skylight was shut the entire time. I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute. He's going to lose his rag with you in a minute. That's what he said. Take a look for yourself. Go on. Yeah, the handle, it's right there. See? It's shut fast now, just like it was the other night. And the handle is there. So it is, of course. A fellow the size of Mr. Mason could likely break right through it, still and all. What? Just looking at the size of the thing, you understand. Now you hold on a minute there, sir. The size of the ting matters nothing. Not on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Let's stop biting our cane, shall we? I was riding the omnibus with another occasion when, well, I broke wind loudly. I shocked myself with it. It happens. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. Oh, I just mean to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see. Just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I went as red as rouge, I did. Are you expecting me to sentence you? Oh, no, sir. The point is, skylight can't be opened. I tried and tried when I was inside that cabin of shame. What's up? Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade? It opens. Skylight. That's what you're talking about, right? Can we not fire smoke bombs at people? All of them skylights open dead easy. More easily than you can load that weapon? That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, I You can't do it from inside, you mug. Oh! Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags. And I had a great haul. I mean, I had purses coming out of me ears. Mr. Strahd, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me so I couldn't hop off the bus and leg it. So what I did was I used the skylight, open the catch and jump right through. What? Yeah, the catch for them skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin. The skylight opens from the roof deck? Bailiff! Climb up on the roof of the omnibus at once and verify the witness's claims. Ah! Oh, my hat! See? I don't know what you're saying, and I want to puzzle things out myself, remember. Order, 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 if the street girl statement is quite true. I don't believe it. The skylight opens. And from the roof deck. Mr. Naruhodo. This could be the clue we've been looking for. Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. So, the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. Okay, well, I mean, let's investigate for ourselves now that we've... Oh, no, I see it. There's blood on the... There we go. And the blood stains on the skylight. That's without question. It's blood. Whether you blood stain there. Surely. It can't be unrelated to the case, can it? Yeah, okay, so, that's just to go back. What's, this you're saying, Mr. Fairplay? Oh, proof. How about,
Objection!
Hee-hee! On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach, and immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts. And the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. What? That's utter humbug. You can't possibly have any evidence. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you. It's impossible. Irrefutable proof here in this courtroom. Counsel? My lord, I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here, Where exactly within the omnibus is the evidence to which you allude? You will point out what is proves the victim fell from the roof deck through the skylight. Hee-hee. Oh, whoops. I needed to press R rather than space.
Got it!
By Jupiter, is that blood? This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my! And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. No! Order! 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 But the blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. And only found its way to that one particular spot on the skylight. Sure. And that would be very convenient. And let's keep it in mind, the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But, there's no way to know for certain, is there? If the gent really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? It's all too plain, if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fella dropped from a fair height right there, so it is. What? No! But it can't be! It's all lies! My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? I believe we can, yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. So, they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it! Oh, I always knew the nice gentleman who gave us that delightful park couldn't have done such a thing. On three, then, everyone. 1, 2, 3!
Objection!
And here we find out that this was planted during the smoke bomb. A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded. Oh, and what you'd ye be referring to there now, Lord Van Zykes? Yep, I definitely slipped into Canadian there. A blood stain on the frame of the skylight. You think that I, Lord Van Zykes, would not have noticed a blood stain? Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed. What are you talking about? It's there for all to see, and it's clearly blood. Okay, I'm going into stupid harebrained territory here. And it's a Phoenix Wright case, so there's like a coin flip as to whether I'm right. During the smoke screen, the entire carriage was switched out.
Objection!
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved bent over the carriage with a fine-toothed comb. So I can state with absolute surety, no such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least not until this trial began. Are you suggesting, Lord Van... Wait, no. The carriage was switched before the trial. No, wait, we already kind of did that, didn't we, with the stakes? Are you suggesting, Lord Van Zykes, that stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes. And while the court has been in session. What? What a palaver! Palaver meaning... unnecessary, elaborate, or complex procedure. I must say I didn't expect such a crude reasoning from a prosecutor or your stand-in, Lord Van Zykes. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper or the Bailey. Mr. McGilded, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Tut, Lord Van Zykes. This will not do, to be sure. Will it now, Counsel? Oh, no. I think it's fair to say, this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. Blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say. Like pets. But, if you will all cast your minds back, is it not true the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly have put a smear of blood in it without the world and his wife seeing? Isn't that right now, Counsel? It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time the court has been in session. My learned friend. Yeah, during the smoke bombs. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter in your own words. As you wish. Someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial. If you're asking me, I think it could have been possible, but I would also like to invite the prosecution to present evidence that it was. You keep telling me to present evidence for all of my assertions. Present evidence for your own one. Fuck you. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best as I can, but still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There's no evidence to suggest the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Oh, good gracious. Explain yourself, Counsel. Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nepalese friend has no intention of running from this deceit. Deceit? I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly. The recess that we were forced to take? As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently on the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yes, we were here for this. The courtroom was filled with smoke, and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke, and in all the chaos, It could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, ye rotten, feckless gouger? Feckless gouger? You're supposed to be defending me. 'Tis a wicked plot. 'Tis a plot to undermine me, so it is.
Objection.
Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation... Wait, no, why am I doing this one? A number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies such as... To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edges of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Unfortunately, Lord Van Zykes, no one is able to corroborate your claims. That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things. Hey, Huvie. How have you been? Okay, stretchy. Le Uno reverse card. What do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? I don't know. I mean, there's the blood stain on the floor. My lord. Yes, counsel. There is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. What? What the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare to betray me, you little maggot, you'd better start watching your... Silence, McGilded. The court awaits the defense's clarification. This trial keeps swinging one way, then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here? I shall have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. Oh, right. Not spacebar, Tyago.
Got it!
If we consider the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this blood stain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Good Lord! Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel. Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that the blood stain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. This trial is over. In what the fuck voice was that? I went into my German voice there. Oh, this trial is over. No, I can't. Fuck. Mr. McGilded, I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but tis all over now. But you're the defendant. Tis over, I tell ye. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw, tis all a nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is that bloodstain is there now. Well, and over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, this good-for-nothing Reaper de Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord Van Zykes. Well, me lord, I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence, and in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord Van Zykes, what is your position? The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, we don't have a good view of no. I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, of course, I'm obliged to confirm with the defense first. What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded will be found not guilty. Yes, which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really all right for the trial to come to an end now, with all these unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please. Yes, my lord. The defense believes... I mean... Phoenix Wright games have always been about finding the truth. They have always been about finding the truth, not proving your client innocent. I am in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot, in all good conscience, attest fully to the defendant's innocence. You're saying, man. Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent. Good gracious me! Order! Order! This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling the accused's innocence into question. Are you of sound mind? Oh, 'twas a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so 'twas a grand decision. What? I must say I didn't expect quite such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still, here, have this for your troubles. Your job here is done, fella, and some fine work you've done, so you have. What do you mean? He's just as the right honorable gentleman so succinctly put it afore. The trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it now? Nothing more than a formality. I really don't know what to make of all of this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake? His lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I say. The stinking rich are always guilty of something, you mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park. Now that the proceedings have unfolded in this way, I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea. I thank you kindly, my lord. I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court. But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth. Lord Van Zykes, my lord. The case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. Not if double jeopardy is a thing, no. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. I don't know about that. My sincerest apologies, my lord. But wait! Double jeopardy? Is that just not a thing you have over there? If you're found not guilty, they can't pull you up later and... When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zykes ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter. It's so unfair. The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. What? Well, Lord Van Zykes, it's been a pleasure, so it has. As for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. You mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time? 'Tis the law of the land, me good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGilded. Magnus McGilded. Good grief, you've more to say to me, have ye? Just a one thing. A warning. This is far from over. Well, something to be looking forward to then. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded, not guilty. Okay, good. We do have court confetti here, yes. And court fireworks. I can't believe it. This is an outrage. They should have examined the evidence more. What are you talking about? The man's been cleared. He's innocent. With the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict, and my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty. Ostensibly a victory for us. Now ring. I don't know if you're providing spoilers for later or not, but please just hold your tongue. I will see how the story unfolds. That certainly was a long trial. Yes, it was. Your first ever trial on foreign soil. Your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Miss Sasato, I thank you for your assistance. Okay, I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who is actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. Aye, that you did. Except all the times you said I did it. Mr. McGill did. The girl is with him too. Well, seems the stories are true. Oh, what stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there is a verdict not guilty. Also the court fetty. I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Yes, definitely. I'd heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I've you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. What on earth are you saying, fella? How did I walk out of there a free man then? I don't think it was much thanks to me as it was down to your planning. You're a straight-talking fella, aren't ye? I must say you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. 'Tis water under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared. But nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? Aye. They've all seen that I didn't do the odious and abstinent deed. It's grand, is it not? Suppose it is. Now the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I've absolute faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. It's not that funny. So then, as we agreed aforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much. Be whist. You're a humble people, are ye? You for the East. Well, if you insist. But have this. Steal it all. You deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Into the courtroom? What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again? Now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. 'Tis a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting yous. I hope ye have a whale of a time while you're studying here in Great Britain. There he goes, a free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Don't move! Whereas I want to say get a move on, she really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown-up. Sorry? And I ate all grown-ups. You're 17. Ah, there you are. Naughty, running off like that. I cannot help but notice that she has the same goggles. Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now? I'm taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Huh. Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor? Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself. Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though? At all? I just took my eyes off her for a moment while I was changing onto a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon. What's it? What? I have no idea what this girl is talking about. Telegraphs require a wire. Anyways, you're coming with me now. Back to my laboratory. What for? To apologize, of course, silly, to my technician. What? You mean say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. An adult? I don't listen to adults. Then listen to the girl with the bazooka. Come along then, follow me. Fine, have it your way. Oh, good. You see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end. I'm fairly sure that what she wants is to not get shot by that massive gun of yours. Well, I'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss. What I will say is she probably invented Herlock's goggles. She was a lively one. Yeah, but she said it was a telegraphic. Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too? Yes, you're right, but where to? Oh, we haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner have we arrived in London than we had to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings, but this late hour of the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry, though, I have a plan. Is the plan a good one? Worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park we could spend the night. It is not a good one. Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park. I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elderly one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. That 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room or mansion. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead, just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned. The case was far from over.
What's going on? Get the fire brigade! Water! Bring water, quick! What the? How did this happen?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating. Someone in there?
This can't be.
Now we definitely should have taken his money. I'm assuming he was in there. You don't tell me if he was in there. Do not tell me if he was in there. I'm going to see if he was in there as things progress. The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo? No, not at all. It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious, I felt like we were staying in a palace. With all the gas lights twinkling, it was brighter than day, even in the middle of the night. What about the enormous beds? After my time on the SS Burya, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. Not yet, that I've encountered. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. Oh yes, it really was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except when I learned we owed £3 for the room, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Oops, sorry about that. The building was so impressive, the entrance so inviting, it just wandered in without thinking. A lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. I really am sorry. Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodgings straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less. London is a scary place. I mean, we did have 3 guineas. 4, I think, actually, maybe, guineas tossed at us throughout that, and that's apparently a big loan. To be fair, the ones in this game have been pretty competent. Oh, yes, well... Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday. So says me, she doesn't bat an eyelid, even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart. Oh, I'm off to play with some jangling keys. Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation into courtroom practices. Oh, yes, it was very eye-opening. Thank you. And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end. Yes, I've already been apprised of events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. Oh, no longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern land. Thank you very much. So I'm a lawyer now. Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem. Another case already? Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. I'm sure. I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. What more were you hoping for? I was hoping to find the truth. Yes, we were here for this part. Just can't help wondering if Mr. McGilton really was innocent. Mr. Naruhodo, she said, I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended. Well, you didn't let it trouble you for a second longer. Sorry? Do you mean Lord Strongheart? Oh, he's dead. Yep, Magnus McGilden passed away immediately following the trial. No! What? Mr. McGilden is dead? I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. I don't understand. What happened? How can he be dead? After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you'll presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom. Yes, we were there. Yes, of course, that was the scene of the crime, which Mr. McGilden had been accused of. Precisely. Well, whilst the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames. No. How could such a thing have happened? That is being investigated as we speak, but already the police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of McGilden. It's awful! The man must have slipped inside while the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. The bailiff really needs to pay more attention. How could that have happened? That is also being investigated as we speak. I mean, of course, there's always the possibility that that isn't McGilden's body that was in there. Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilden did mention going back into the courtroom to look at the omnibus. You know, faking his own death and all that. An inspection of the omnibus? Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. But then who is Mr. McGilden talking about? Never mind that. Now the Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police. Poor Mr. McGilden. So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was, wow. I really hope, considering this woman was stabbed, I really hope it was juror number 3. Naruhodo means the whole experience was steeped in solemnity of Great Britain's long history. It's really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few decades old. Wow, Susato-san has such a way with words. And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. Most advanced in the world, is it? It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair. Simple? That was simple? As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose. Oh, fuck. I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple. Circumstances of the case were so incriminating, I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe we managed to get a favorable verdict. Is something funny? No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent, wouldn't you agree? Well, I don't know about that. Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much, at least, is an undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I've prepared a new case for you that I mentioned before. I don't know in several ways. I'm thinking that it's going with the dude was fucking rich. Of course he wasn't going to be found guilty. Though it's worth noting that money is just only one form of power. People with enough influence can easily pull the same shit. Going off on just the train of thought of that this was staged and all of this, and I do not really like that he has prepared the new case for us. I'm thinking from a charitable perspective here, that the angle that's being gone on is the system is flawed and needs to be improved. That's what's being pushed. But yeah, money is just one form of power. Physical strength, influence, strength of arms. There's probably others that I can't really think of. I mean, political power, but that's kind of like just influence. It's also not, but it is. Regardless, power is power is power. Those who have it always seek more of it. Those who seek to undermine it simply seek to have the power that they have the most of put in its place. What's going on? Ring? Not that I'm aware of. What's going on? What was he going to say before? Can you perhaps give us more details about the new case you mentioned? Don't tell me it's a murder and the trial starts in 10 minutes. Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last assignment. As fact, this case is completely different. Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? That is to say, no one has died as yet. And the trial will not be today. There is plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. So the trial's tomorrow then. Single day is not enough time to prepare for a case.
Small, Ringtail 99, okay. I hear you loud and clear. No more triggering, just pure banana fun and positivity from now on. Let's keep the chat a safe and happy place for everyone.
I was just giving my own personal philosophy about power dynamics, but I understand how that can be upsetting. I apologize. Is everything all right? Oh, yes. I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was... well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't know if I could face standing in that courtroom again after Mr. McGilded's trial. Ah, yes, I nearly forgot. There is one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense. Oh, if the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant underrepresented, and if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome. The most terrible end awaits the defendant? Well, if no one's died, you know, it's not going to be capital punishment. Right? Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. There is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits. Last time you mentioned, yeah, you said there's plenty of time. And one more thing. Mr. Naruhodo, there is something I should like to ask you. Oh, what's that? Yesterday, you remarked upon something. That you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Osogi. I would be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds. Oh, well, Kazuma always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world worked so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work toward that myself, and there's another thing. Oh, another thing. Continue. On the way here on the steamship, he said something to me. Something very important I have to do. Something very important. And what exactly would that be? He never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done if he'd made it to Great Britain. You're out of time. Well, thank you for an enlightening discussion. Naruhodo, what's all this about? Mr. Osogi never once mentioned anything of the sort to me. I urge you both to focus your attention on the matter at hand. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. Does he have a cone full of steak fries? We'll be able to apprise you of the details. How long has he been there? So I wish you the best of luck and bid you farewell. There's something very important that I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what did you mean? Really wish I knew, but honestly, you never told me. Anyway, we had better talk to the detective, don't you think? Yes, you're right. I hope I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. No, I don't care about the books. I wasn't clicking on the books. I was clicking on his fucking fry cone. It is a fry cone. Made out of newspaper. Could we trouble you? What do you think? Lovely weather, isn't it? We're in London. It's shit. What's the weather got to do with anything? Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some frippery about the weather doesn't get every English gent eaten out of your hand, you know. But Susato-san told me it was foolproof. I'm a busy man, a very busy man. There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here having to give the likes of you a talking to. Oh, I'm ever so sorry. Can you imagine what the other officers will be saying? Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with the bigwigs these days. And that's because of some bumpkin who's here on a jaunt from a country I've never even heard of. Hear that ripping sound? That was my reputation at the yard going to tatters. There's no need to rip us apart as well. I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhito, a defense lawyer. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhito's judicial assistant, Sue. It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? It's unseasonably fine, I grant you. London's winters don't see a lot of sunshine. Unbelievable! How did she pull that off? So, Lord Strongheart has asked me to fill you in on the case. The name's Tobias Gregson. To buy a Gregson. Inspector Gregson. To you. I'm from Scotland Yard. Gregson? Inspector Gregson? What's the matter with Susato-san? Does this detective's name mean something to her? Inspector? Are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson? You're acting like you know this man, Miss Susato. But he's a London detective. Oh, I do know him very well, in fact. Very well? Yes, he features prominently in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Oh, and that publication. What's it called again? Ranced Magazine? That's right. Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy a wonderful, friendly rivalry. Really? You, the rival of the great Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible. Oh, well, I don't know about that. Mr. Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with the goods from time to time. Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregson is the pick of a bad lot of all the Scotland Yarders. Those are his own words. That's his highest praise? Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see. That he is not. And thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London town now. That's great, isn't it? I have to admit that to start with, I was a little, well, flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand, and my reputation at the yard was through the roof. Well, that's wonderful. No, it's not. There's nothing more sinister than the man on the street. People always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure. Rumors? Are you quite sure? He's changed since he started appearing in those stories. Fame's gone to his head, stuff like that. Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you? Like I said, they whisper, so I can't catch exactly what they're saying, but I know what folk are like. I'm sure that's what they're saying. As sure as eggs is eggs. I get the feeling this detective could be very hardworking. Okay, with the ad going, I'm going to be right back. Okay, I'm gonna... Ow! Ow! Man, I want steak fries now. Potato wedges, steak fries, something really potato-y. You know, in honor of the deceased. Because he was Irish. And they eat potatoes. But no, seriously, who doesn't love a good potato? Potato is, like, legitimately one of the most versatile foods in existence. Like, name one thing that isn't a grain that can be prepared as many ways as potatoes can. So about the case that the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before. And you'll notice how many potato dishes involve copious amounts of butter or cheese to make up for that fact. Also, the potato is the most eldritch of plants. What do I mean by that? I mean this. Normal vegetables, you must store us at the right temperature and the right humidity, or we will spoil and rot in no time. Potatoes, where's the fucking soil? So about the case that the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before. Nothing to tell, really. As far as we're concerned at the Yard, it couldn't be simpler. Oh dear, that probably means... As far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated. I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right. A young woman was walking along the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal. But she's still laid up in a hospital unconscious. That's despicable. What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind? I suppose you would have finished whoever it was off with a suicidal takedown, would you? That is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo. Brace yourself, Ryunosuke. You've angered her now. Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. I barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest. So there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit? Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question? I mean, stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one. Sorry? There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now. Why ever not? Simple. Prosecutor that's been assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord Barak Van Zykes. No! Sounds like you heard of him then. Yeah, I beat him. Oh yes, we're very familiar with Lord Van Zykes. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself. The Reaper of the Bailey. But Baron Van Zykes, we faced in court only yesterday. Mr. McGilded told us about him before the trial, didn't he? When Van Zykes stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. In every single trial which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. This is technically still true. The Reaper of the Bailey nickname. I suppose he's earned that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty, is that it? Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord Van Zykes, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty. Ha! What of it? Oh, well, I think that means that even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant. No, you really don't have a clue, do you? What do you mean? What happened to that bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Magnus McGilded came a cropper in that omnibus when he went up in flames. So you can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you? What? What are you saying? Look, if Van Zykes could get the dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. And so that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles. He works magic. Black magic. I'd have a good long think about that if I were you. Are we really supposed to believe that? Right, well, I've filled you in as requested. I'm very nearly out of chips. So I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations there. It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place. That's correct, ma'am. If you head over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself. Brandon is a criminal already? He's as good as shaking like a leaf in his cell, he is. It'll give you a chuckle if nothing else. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way. Inmate 53, thank you. There's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say. Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? To tell the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage, too. But if the man they've arrested is innocent, you could well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in his cell. And I, for one, wouldn't want the sight of that... find the sight of that funny. If I'm honest, I'm still reeling for the shock of yesterday's events myself. And I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try, so I think I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help? No, Watson was killed already. I mean, Wilson. Did you really think you had to ask? After all, I am your judicial assistant. Thank you. So then, shall we? Yes! Let's go! So these are British prison cells. Oh, they're ghastly. It feels just like a dungeon. Yes, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo. You're making it seem worse. Apparently, our client is in this cell here. But it's so dark in the back there, I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Inmate 53, your legal representative is here to see you. Stop hiding back there in the back of the cell and show your face at once. Am I a cat? As yet with no name? Calling me by a number. It's utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer. Mr. Naruhodo, what? What do you think is going on here? I have no idea, but I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That tirade of complaints was in Japanese. Excuse me, but who? Shh! Quiet! They're all around, hiding. No, they are. They're watching, listening. Even now, I can sense it. Well, this man's a few, chips short of, Royale with cheese. Right. So, could I ask you who exactly... You've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it. You're a ghost. A ghost? I mean you no harm, prisoner-san. Are you Japanese by any chance? This is beyond my wildest dreams. Forgive me that outburst before. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine. We're just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it! It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am, in a frightful fix in a foreign land. So, hearing the sweet sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in this damp, dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment. Who could have guessed that this new client Lord Strongheart assigned to us would turn out to be a fellow Japanese? What compassion my fellow countrymen show. To dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nippon. A first-class lawyer? Oh dear, I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what's happened? Why you've been detained as a suspect, for example. Yes, I can. I will. Chant, stay sullen and silent. Why are you doing these poses? I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I am a lawyer, as you said. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And I am Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. I am a visiting student sent here by our government, notably notoriously named Natsume. Soseki no Natsume. Probably. Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Soseki-san? I didn't do it! I didn't commit that atrocious murder! Murder? Oh, no, it's all right. The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife right before my eyes! Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? I didn't see anyone. What? If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here? Oh dear, it seems this case is becoming rather complicated. Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? It's the curse of London. It's incredibly, inexhaustibly, irritatingly inconvenient. So Soseki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker. It's vital that we find out more about the case. It was an accursed evening, just after the snow had started to clear and heavy with fog. I'd been to the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back to my accursed lodgings. Clearly the bookshop wasn't accursed, too. I was walking along that accursed pavement. I could make out a sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. How terrible. I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard. Slight exaggeration there, perhaps. I was terrified. I had to get away from there, so I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. That's not good. They'll say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that. Tell me, Soseki-san, is the victim an acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous. Do you think I know any of these fair-haired English? And a young woman at that. I'm diffident, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people. I see. Young woman, unknown to Soseki-san. And at the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anybody pass you? Regrettably, apart from myself and that woman, I didn't see a soul. No one? Oh, great. So the victim was unknown to you, and there was nobody else on the street at the time? That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it? What conundrum? Who did it? What do you mean, Susato-san? What's the conundrum? Yeah, whomst? And then whomst saw him. Yeah, whomst saw him. It was him, that accursed great detective. He led the police to me. Oh, the bad luck. Really, Herlock? Was Herlock Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes? Okay, yeah, with Herlock. You clearly had a trying morning yesterday. There he was in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. And Herlock Sholmes. It's actually Herlock Sholmes, he's English. So you accidentally admitted guilt. Yeah, no, the English language is kind of nonsense. A locum lawyer? Temporarily fulfills the duties of another. Yes, yes, we've established long ago that they're racist. Investigation phase. Whoa. Well, that bicycle's fucked. She wishes to wear a police hat. Examine the fucked up bicycle. Bicycle fad won't last. Okay, the windows are bricked up there. It says Strand Street. Unless you mean when I mouse over it, in which case, no. First trial. Yeah, so it's weird he's taking the case, and we're going to DL6 incident why he did. Sink his teeth into, huh? They have, like, reports. Look at this map. They were hiding in a snowman. Okay, tell me about the witnesses. Yes, it could make her... One more thing! Yep. Because the Arthur Conan Doyle estate doesn't like the name being used, even though it's public domain. Okay, will anything come from this dialogue option? Wow, job sucks. Yep, we gotta talk to Herlock. Wait, aren't we like on Barker Street or something? No, we're on Briar Road. Okay. Well, it began with a B at least. Yeah.
Thank you very much. It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day. Thanks again.
No, you see, my assumption was that they had Herlock Sholmes Baker Street.
This is it. The residence of Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Yep. Okay, and enjoy looking at his violin. I knew it. I knew you were related to him somehow. You had the same goggles. Yeah, that name. Yes, we were there for that. I'm more going with his cue. Probably not, no. Full screen what? What? Oh, you know Hurley, do you? Hurley. Sir Sholmes, sure. Iris Wilson. So Watson's daughter. Oh, okay. Susie and Runo. Got it. Sure. Your deductions just now. How'd you figure out who we were? Oh, good. Well, at least she's competent. You are far more competent than him. I didn't have to correct you every 3 words, so yeah. Yeah, that describes him. Okay, Wilson. All right, so this is the actual Watson. I legitimately thought the Dr. Wilson who was in our first trial was the Wilson. Self-destruct mechanism. Yep, let's go with that. The way you just held your hands in your face there. Fucking hell, you're Pearl. You're the Pearl. Extremely competent. Yeah. Yep, she's Pearl. Are we bribing him? So, Iris, you're the reason that he's successful, right? Like, really? You're the competent one. Well, isn't that a convenient time for it to give us a save point? We'll continue this Sunday. Tomorrow is D&D. And on the note of tomorrow being D&D, how about we raid a certain DDE? Stay cute, everyone. Hold on. The stream preview is not stream previewing. Okay. Stay cute. Mwah.